do, 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 da da da, do, 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 da da dun, da da dun, da da dun. Hi. Oh, I'm getting to this later than I meant to. Time's flying the last few days. That happens when I'm eating espresso. Oh, first time, or so I'm told, but the curse hasn't hit yet. Um, so I don't know if anyone knew this. I am cursed as of as of the revival of the Lonely Hooves. I got bit by a wild horse, and the only way to fix it is every Saturday or so. Yeah. I turn into a horse. Help.
Did the Alakazam.
I know. Okay, so the hotkeys. This is oh, they do work in here. I made hotkey. Look, I'm Super Mario. Wow, wow, wow. They did not work when I was in the game thing, the side thing, whatever. Fine. Apparently, it works with OBS. Makes me wonder what it does and does not work with. This is part why I want to stream. Apparently, you can set it so you can hold the button. So if I wanted angry eyes, I can just be like, "Here's the angry eyes button." Like, I hate you. But for now, all I've done is set up the bar and the. Whoa! I did something completely different. Oh, window 2. Yeah. So yeah, I can swap these. Regardless, the horse curse has hit me again. Let's pretend it's the horse moon. The mare in the moon has transmogrified me into a classic horse sea serenade, and the only cure is to draw horses until the curse lifts. That's the narrative we're going with. I presented it perfectly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Perfectly. Doodling. Hi, I'm over here. Oh, heck, I can even set up my cave in different orientations in the background. Ooh, that one's kind of pretty. Got the night sky up here a little bit. That little extra light glow. What is that? Oh, it's the moss. It's the moss, guys. See, it's the moss. There. Name this. Clip Studio. I know what it is in every way. Stupid. Clip Studio. They're just window capture. Window capture. Okay. Cool. So, close enough. Blue Moon. This will be the page I was supposed to do last week before we did the 2-week what's it. There's something on my monitor. Something. Oh no, it's just the emotes have a little talkie box by them. Okay, I thought it was drooling. I was like, Bird, please, not the drooling emoji. Okay. I don't know, maybe Twitch has a drooling emoji and it's not so bad. I know the default one on like Discord and Android and shit is just like I hate that thing. I hate that he looks like a creepy little pervert. The worst kind of pervert, the creepy little one. Oh, double full moon month because a lunar cycle lasts about 29.5 days. A month occasionally fits 2 full moons. The first was the flower moon on May 1st, and the second, the blue moon, will peak on May 31st. See, I had to explain that. I want to say Bubbles the other night. Like, use the drooling emoji on something like, oh, why? Like, what's wrong with him? I hate that thing. Oops, I'm over here. I can shrink this. Now, if I shrink it, can I still do the thing? Yup. Wow. All right, cool. Let's pretend that I'm not testing that, and that the curse is real, and it's definitely the narrative. So, yeah. I guess enjoy the blue moon. A thing that I mostly associate with a short-lived narrative idea I had in high school. And the theme song in my head I had for it that was just the fucking chorus and stupid and lame. And the scene in Grease where you see a guy's butt. There's multiple guys, wasn't it? I don't remember. It's been a long time. Watch Grease in a while. Mother loves Grease, give or take. But she usually watches the TV version. So, yes. This is gonna suck. This gonna suck. Not my real dad. Okay. I'm straight up doing the get comfy position. This is pain in the butt. Okay, so I did hashtags and everything. I tried to learn from Lizzie. I did it right. She's streaming, by the way. She's doing Mystria. If anyone is curious. I guess Bunny's streaming too, and he's playing Peak. Game that Kaz and I have had for months, but she knew nothing about, and now she's seen Peak and goes, this looks weird, not fun. Damn, alright. Will cry. I'm sure she'd play with the right person, though. Is big as it goes on my screen. If it gets as big as I can go, even more of it's going to be blocked by the chat. Yeah. I put it there. Why? You don't like the cave behind it? It's an experiment, and I liked the cave. So no, this isn't going to work. I am not... a way to do this. There is a way to do this. What if I do it for the ceiling? I have that effect on people. Do I turn on the hot jams? Jam part 1. As he and Bird are kissing each other while Solar is feeling sad. But Sarah is there and she takes his hand and says, Daddy, try not to feel bad and enjoy the show. I'm a dork. He's on the floor. Yo, why you put Sun Daddy on the ground? Can't I do art? Suck butts. He did this to himself. I once again hate. That's how you set Sun Daddy. Sunsets. Okay, that's a room. I have created a cube side of a cube. Okay. Next thing. Door B, but we're not going to too much detail because the door B not the focus right now. Our positionalizing. Positionalizing. Making the things in the places.
You're gonna get
Placinating.
placing.
Yes. Placinating. Vent in the ceiling that, if I'm not careful, could look like a balls or boot. Like balls or boot. Funny in this one, 'cause on the outside, this one is shaped like a fucking cupcake or whatever, so it needs to push down, down, just clonk, like just, oh no. Absolutely fucked up this car. It had ceiling room to spare. Proper dog. What? Patch for you. It way where it looks like it's dented. Oh, hello. Baby? Baby girl? Want to see me? You see me now? Curious what I am doing? Abel. You on my desk, sweet. Abel. You want to be the center of attention? I just started, honey. Just started, honey.
Congratulations, everyone. Rubbing against.
Goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't know it's so. No, hey, not that. Okay, I'm muting that for a second. I have the cat on me now. For the moment. Ow! Fine. My tummy. Oof. Ouch. Ooh. It's I begin it twice. I'm gonna turn on songs, so I stop being a dog. Here is my V. Actually, I can just watch whatever because I have desktop audio on. Don't do whatever I want. I can listen to the song. No one can stop me. English or French, baby? Do it. Too loud. I was watching Liz earlier. I know. What's the matter? Door all fucked up. Because he just jumped on the ceiling and fucked it up. Structural integrity of the whole car is all weird. Pressure from the metal. Unsensible? What? Is unsensible? For my horrible confession of the day. At the front. Don't mind say English. Oh, that's fair. Can I help you, Milo James? Do you need to go to bed immediately? You go to bed immediately because you won't leave me the fuck alone, Milo James? Milo James! Four. Almost. Play that game. Doing it. No. Tired. Here for the verb. Just the way you are by Milky. Interesting. What's the other song I've had in my head a lot lately? I don't know either. There's one earlier, but I can't remember what it was now. That's the one. Huh. Yeah. Rude boy. Blue water prison. Done. You're complete. And what's this? Symbol of spirit. Good for you. Close it. Close it. Close it. Right. Don't forget to claim your expansion pack check-in. Not expansion pack. The booster pack. Or viewer attack. Check-in bonus. Everyone loves a good check-in bonus. There you go. And the best part is, it doesn't tell me what you got, so it's just a fun surprise for later. Oh no! Oh no! I can't believe you'd blow me up. You blowed up the whole page. Look at this mess. It's all your fault. You did it. Baby, you did it. Not working out on OBS. Pretty good. Turn it down a little bit. Just in case. So the ceiling was clearly wood, but only on the inside, because the outside had this whole decorative metal thing going on. I gotta figure that out. It's gonna be wood on the floor, why not? I think this song is pretty. What do you think, babe? Thanks. I posted this one in the Discord telling Hobo it was catcher core. Need a drink? What do you want now? Right, thirsty girl. What sounds good? Just a drink. I'm gonna need more to work with. Okay, what kind of drink do you want with that? What? Oh, Cavo. Cabo. Cabo citrus. Okay. Yeah, I started working, so I get in a phone call. That sounds about right. Hi, I'm alive. Sorry for the delayed response. I was in a phone call with my father, who has great timing on phone calls. Hi, Talus. Hi, ha, 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 ha. Great name. I believe I recall correctly. I've met. I believe that was our fast friend. I'm not just going to scream name of fast friend. Anyway, it's Phasmophobia, not Five Nights at Freddy's. I know some people mix that up. Not drug anyone in a Five Nights at Freddy's co-op. I don't think that exists, and I wouldn't if it did. Something like that. Like I appreciate what they're going for with those kind of games. Man, how'd your mystery go, Liz? I hear no one took your glasses off. Oh, that beer on the keyboard was like two guys. I'm I'm smart. Very smart. Look how smart. I'm drawing a back of a horse's head. Oh. Got it. Yeah, am I doing the back of his head wrong? Also, I have several drawings of him up and trying to get the part of him we never draw, the back of the head, which occurs to me I might actually have visible on one of these stupid pages. I probably should have just looked to see if I've done it before. Front, 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 side, side, front, front. I've avoided it deftly. I have distinctly avoided ever drawing him from the back until now. Oh. I think even the thing I did for Yuri, which we are not going to bring up on Twitch, I still like profile viewed his head. I have avoided this problem for a while. Thank you for the resub, Lizzie. I see her using that highlighted message for. I was gonna say evil, but it's not really evil. It's just kind of evil laughter, which in our circle is pretty much affectionate because we're all bastards. Whatever. I say that we have some of the nicest people on our definition of mean is just like mild ribbing. I see other people's definition of friendly is like, I kicked you in the balls, you daft. Anyway, I don't understand men. uh, yes, hi, hello, it's me, Sarah. Welcome to Drawing Lonely Hooves. Heartburn. Taking some medication, having some water. The interesting page. We just had a giant growling monster jump on the roof of this train car. Now the horses inside are like, oh my. What the heck jumped on the roof? All we've seen is the silhouette of what jumped on the roof. It was quite big and scary. Should I show them the silhouette, baby? Should I get that for them? Okay. Let me find. Go this way. Smart. So smart. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Is this lovely guy? So, you know, nice, not scary at all monsters. My super family friendly, adult, kind, blah, 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 whatever. Here's a pony screaming shit, but it's mirrored over and over again. Enjoy. Shit, 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 shit. Just so you know what kind of people you're dealing with here. All right, all right. Hey, listening to YouTube music on the side. You guys can't hear. I like not being copyrighted. Yuki Kaijura music from something I haven't seen. Out in 2022. Relatively recent Yuki Kaijura music. And a rare miss from the Queen. Not a big fan. I'm sure it's going for a specific vibe. It does seem like it's hitting a specific vibe. Just not my vibe. Cutting off. Am I cutting off? What does my mic say? Okay. Let's try this. Is this any better? Is it, am I too loud? What if I go, bah? Is it cut off if I go, bah? Okay, I'm probably just mumbling again. Sorry. Not on purpose. Sometimes I just get silent. Mumble. I'm the mumbler. You may mock me. You may mock me in my mumbling. Okay, I jump scared myself earlier turning on music because I was in your stream, having everything cranked up to like max, and forgot. So, I need my sweater. Hold up that. I can't overwarm it, or I will be upset. I wish my body would pick a temperature. Just one temperature. Just be a consistent temperature. Instead of the experience I get of everything feels different depending on where we're talking about on the body. Ugh. All right, where is the we never actually see the window. That's annoying. Oh, there's a window. It will be a window. Freeze Island. Is that Frontiers? It is. A desert place. That's why I don't recognize the music. I spent as little time in the desert place as I fucking could when I played it. Not my scene. I hope you had fun, Lizzie. Granted, if you weren't having fun, I don't think you'd be playing the same game 7,000 times. So, someone must be having fun. Be it you or the viewer. Could be either. Could be both. Could be all. Got to figure out a time to try the other side again. You ever get a chance to see if you could get that thing working? Other side was really promising. It just runs bad. It's Unreal 5. That's a tough one. That's why I was so surprised when someone like people want to fight me on it a little bit, I guess. I think Unreal 5 is cool, don't get me wrong. It also is very resource intensive and has some really significant flaws. Like, even I noticed the temporal ghosting. I was like doing the tutorial, doing the EMF reader, and I saw like green trailing across the table where I had been. Like, oh, yeah, it's hard to ignore. It's very distracting when it hits. I don't really understand the appeal of temporal anti-aliasing. I don't know if it even does a very good job. It seems faster. Like, I think that's the appeal, is it's optimized, relatively speaking. So you're just taking screen caps and like offsetting them a little bit every frame or some shit. You get the illusion of anti-aliasing proper, and I guess it works, but then if you move quickly, like, everything's kind of blurry. With the right post-processing and the design, it's not too big a deal, but it's I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like temporal. I will turn it off the first chance I get, usually. The problem is I don't think you can in most Unreal stuff. Tempted to go on the other side, see if there's like an INI file I can fuck with. It has pretty extensive pretty extensive options, I think. But I don't know if they have that kind of graphic shit. Like it's I know if you go into Unreal 5 proper, you can make it run at like a Super Nintendo resolution, but it will never say it supports that, and it won't look great. You can make it do some stuff if you know what you're doing. Maybe I could like beat it into not driving me crazy. Hi, Limited. It's a TMI on the what's it? Am I still popping in and out, baby? Is it working all right? Here's the actual references. I don't know if I have. Do I have Riff and Raz? I thought I saved them on here. References? There's Raz. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. We got Razzle Dazzle. There's Riff Raff. Why did only one open? Oh, because the other one opened behind it. That's stupid. Yippee! That's like dumb and stuff. How you doing tonight, Lemon? How's Australia? Australian good. Awesome. Went for a walk. It was nice outside. It blustery. It chilled me. It chilled me, my children. Fair. Like I live in the world's smallest country. I get it. It's like gonna be winter for you guys, right? Southern hemisphere, that's how that works. North and south, I thought. I always forget that one. Always forget that one because like the it's so weird, like for an American watching like the Bluey Christmas episode and they're all swimming in the pool. I'm like, duh. Yes, it's going to be Razzle and Riff Raff. This is not either of them. This is background pony number 6072. Yes. Read about them? I haven't much. $4,000 kilometers. What? King of America. How wide? 2,800 miles. Okay. Do we do kilometers? Apparently Russia's the big boy. Canada's bigger. China's bigger. Australia's about 2,500 miles. Okay. It could have given, like, if we're comparing countries, I don't know why we're all doing miles, because just us that uses the miles, really, but whatever. Fine. Fine. Thank you, Internet. Just curious. Russia and China are the bigger ones. They're the biggest. Now we know. I was curious. I have some background horses. Yeah. You too. What am I listening to? Final Fantasy X Spira Unplugged. Okay. I am not as... I played 10. Well, not all of it. I got pretty far in 10. And as far as, like, game music goes, I'm usually really good at, like, fixing to certain soundtracks and songs. And Final Fantasy X just one year out the other. I don't know what happened with that one. Like, I know some people think it's amazing musically. And I was like, it just didn't stick with me at all, I guess. Pretty stream streak. Dang. Like 12 soundtrack. I like 6's soundtrack. I even played 13. I like 13's soundtrack. I have 13. I was on the JRPG stream list. Now I don't even know if we're doing those anymore. At least till I catch up on some shit. I'm struggling. I did get the PNG tuber ready for Pride at least. I haven't done any of my merch hardly. I was working on that last night. I showed some of it on the Discord. Seemed to get a mostly positive response to that, I think. That's good. I don't want to overdo it with the Pride merch. I feel like some people really monetize the fuck out of it. That's kind of part of the issue that people have developed. This pony did not have eyes, and I think that's perfect. Here? Okay. The near now? None of you can hear it. Just trust me, it's near. We're getting somewhere slowly. That's kind of how these pages are just gonna be. Beans in the butt. Oh. Yeah, the stream schedule's up for debate again already. Made it before I started accounting for Lonely because we wanted to get Lonely back on track. Like, all right, so that's a day a week, and I am very behind on commissions and stuff. And I was like, all right, gotta figure some of this out. This is not exactly easy listening on YouTube. Oh, it's the Final Fantasy 14 version. I want to get rid of Mondays because that's my social time. Most weeks that's my only social time, frankly. Just count hang out with my wife. So, and most people don't count that as social time. You know, it's good to interact with other human beings beyond just text, I suppose. Fuck people. Well, you know, if they're into it. Oh wait, you meant the other thing, right? Just Depends on the people. Depends a lot on the people. Some people aren't so bad. Some people are fucking terrible, and I don't want to be around them much. And some people are not bad, but are of a persuasion where being around them is a drain for me. So, you know. Sometimes that list includes me. Sometimes just being around myself is exhausting. And fuck that bitch. No one wants more out of me than her. But, somewhat whimsy or things get flimsy. See. I don't know. There are people I absolutely love, but after I spend any time around them, I feel like I need to, like, lie the fuck down. And there's people that are, you know, just ones I can be around for fucking ever and have no issues. Really just depends. Sometimes it's a stimulation thing, the old autism or whatever. Like, oh my god, there's just too much going on. And other times it's just, you know, I got to mask so hard for some people that it's just, especially family. Family all really want me to be a specific way, and they see me a specific way. And if I don't fit that mold, they're really going to just ignore it. And I'm just like, oh. And there's this nerd. I like nerds usually. Pretty well with nerds until we get to video game opinions, and then I get to say controversial things like I don't like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 very much. I'm sorry, and yeah, the soundtrack of Final Fantasy X went in one ear and out the other. You know, one of the fan favorite Final Fantasies. Don't remember a song from it except kind of like the opening, the piano. I know that one, Anarchind or whatever. That's it. Like I hear the battle theme, and I vaguely think that sounds kind of familiar. That's like the normal combat theme. That's not good. You hear that a lot. It's extra weird because I love the combat in 10. I know some people, are, especially min-maxers, don't seem to like it very much, but I enjoy it. So a lot of people enjoy it. RPG that kind of encourages you to spread out and do different stuff with your party, specifically because you can, you know, optimize combat by engaging with it on its terms instead of trying to cheat to make it easy. I have feelings about min-maxing, yes. It's a great conflict I have with the average RPG player. How's that? To do it usually. It's become the norm. Ugh. Even tabletop, it seems like the norm, and boy. I should not have to min max to feel at place at a table. That's all I'm saying. Let me make a shitty little guy and be okay with that, without the entire party being bogged down by the fact I'm a shitty little guy. Hi there, Kay the dude. You're a frog with hands. Frog with hands. Frog with hands. Frog with hands. I'm thinking about a frog with hands. Remember when games were about having fun? Sometimes they still are. It's funny because I'll talk about like, min-maxing drives me nuts, but like sometimes optimization can be fun, but when it's like player driven and just baked in the kind of, I love Disgaea. How's that? I love Disgaea games. I love NIS's approach to just like, yeah, you can just play through these. If you know what you're doing, you don't ever have to grind into Disgaea. Especially like, I think 3 is one of the harder ones, and I have, with enough experience, just played through 3 from scratch, never really having to stop and do item world or anything outside of the mandated time, and it's doable. They can be straight up strategy games if you want, Or you can grind until your level is several 9s in a row. You know, you can keep resetting your game over and over until your aptitudes are like, I wield a sword at 250% efficiency and it's level 5,000 and it fucked your mother on a Tuesday and now it's inherited her as a special trait. Like, oh my gosh. Does this guy ever require you to go full Disgaea on Disgaea? No. No. Not really. Unless you're like post gaming going for ball or something, I guess. Kind of. Even then it's like, yeah, not really. Yeah. Well, it's so it can be work, but at the point you decide to do it, you've probably beaten the game and decided, I want to keep doing this for the next several hundred hours. And then you get into the deep crap. Otherwise, you're just playing it for fun, going through item world, seeing how big number go up before you get bored. And, all right, I'm bored. Which may as well make it cookie clicker with extra steps. But you know, most games are, if you really think about it. Depressing thought in a weird way. That's for someone that likes cookie clicker. But thank you. Glad you like it. It is cute. It is also distressing because we are in a scary part, kind of. If you can believe it, the story has a scary part. What happens when the villains of your story are, you know, gods of death, basically. Pulled from Egyptian and Gaelic mythology and heated into a horse situation. Yeah, I like this guy. Okay, so I have never done the super late post game on a Disgaea, if that helps with any context. I've gotten a decent ways in a lot of them. But it really is just like a comfort food. You know? Sometimes you just want to sit down and RPG for a while, relatively frictionless, and watch the number go up and see what you can learn about this thing that you've played a lot. Because for some reason it seems like there's always more to learn in a Disgaea. Love if people make stories who are not creative enough for that. You know. Depends how you look at it. A story is basically just a very fancy lie. Think about it. If you tell a fib, you're telling a story. Playing a prank, you gotta tell a story to someone to get them to fall for it. Today I'm learning that it's very hard to draw riffraff tiny. And still have it look like riffraff. Boy howdy. That's fair. See, yeah, that's the thing. Item World is a bottomless pit, and every game's is a little bit different. Usually a little bit better than the last. There are exceptions to that. Telling lies. Like, Disgaea D2 is a weird one in that I don't remember the story for shit. Just kind of feels like a filler game. But its Item World is, if I recall, some of the most fun I've had with an Item World in the series. It built on 4s a bit. It kind of mixed in some old stuff. It was interesting. Also, they introduced the cheat menu in that one. I like the cheat shop a lot. The cheat shop is awesome. Great solution to an old, stupid problem. I'll die on that horse. Maybe someone really liked going to the Dark Assembly just to tweak their enemy difficulty, but just having it be a straight up stupid slider, so much better in my opinion. You can fight me in Mortal Kombat over that if you want. I think it's a super good optimization that took a feature that I literally never used and turned it into something I use constantly in every game it's in now. Because I don't have to deal with the frickin' Dark Assembly to change the difficulty level for like 2 fights or whatever, because I'm grinding on some trial map or something. catch someone up after a big dumb reincarnation or something. You know, it's useful. It's useful to just have as a button. It's a great button. It sucks as a Dark Assembly thing. Yeah, maybe. Wait, that's Shork. It just clicked. That's Shork. My brain is dumb. That's Shork. Hi, Shork. You're the Shork. The Jimmy. Timmy. Stimmy. It's all coming back to me now. I didn't register at first. Oh. It's a cute VTuber. I hope it goes well for the rigging. That's the scary part. That is the scariest part. I wish you the best of luck with that. Because I don't know what that even requires. So you're already on the rigging. Nice. Nice. I haven't caught any of that. That's awesome. Am I right? Is that the hardest part? You're like, oh shit, oh fuck, or is it like going great? Am I just like deceived? It's easy. Like, oh, because it always seemed extremely difficult to me. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right for riggings. Hey, oh shit. Oh, that's good. Good. I've never looked into the live 2D stuff. Yeah, and I think I mentioned I was looking at Anochi or something, and I was like, all right, yeah, yeah. But it's been an update purgatory, so I haven't done it. That's okay, because I am a horse right now, because of the curse, you see. Saturday night curse, I have to draw the horses to stop being a horse. It's the law, Pearl. Um, yeah, it is a lot. Any sort of animation setup, rigging, and stuff like that, that's going to be time consuming more than anything. Which is, by many people's definition, what makes it hard. Tedious is a good word. Tedious. Make something tedious and I have a hard time sticking with it. That's my problem. As I draw comics. I just don't do good with tedious, guys. Watch me draw this one comic panel for like an hour. Whee! I'm a genius. I'm a genius, Piglet. Imagine if there's a Winnie the Pooh where he was just suddenly very smart. That has to have happened at some point. Pooh's been around forever, right? What am I listening to now? Very Castlevania. Well, that's good. Enjoying it is good. Also, if you do commissions, high demand. If I understand correctly, that's especially on VGen, that's a big one. VTuber commissions and stuff seems to be kind of big. Um, because the first thing everyone thinks of is the money. I I live in perpetual poverty. Oh, I mean, yeah, we can fix that. I have lunch. Dude, I can hook you up. I've seen the short court. You good? You be good. That's codes for days. Had to get one to get in. You pay it forward. You know what I mean? Big on the Discord, right? If I remember, you can just add me on there. You'll never guess the name. It's the same name as here. It's the same everywhere. Head ears. I will see what I can do for you. I should have several of them. Only used, I think, 2. See, now that's intimidating. If it's one of your first, you're going to get very good. That's strong fundamentals. I don't know. Dang, impressed. Here, I could probably make this a little smaller because it's not primary text. I'll play with that. 10, it'll be like boom, 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 boom. Anyone hear that screaming? Ah! Yeah. Awesome. I will check that out when I'm done here. It's gonna be a while. I did one. Oh, but this is the page where I get. Okay, cool. That's gonna be fun for me and horrible for everyone else. I do have VGen. I believe I even have it linked below. I should have it linked below. If I don't, please yell at me. That is my income stream. Please yell at me if it's not down there. Oh no. It should be. It very much should be. Oh good. Oh good. Oh good. That's technically my job. The game streaming and stuff is the side hustle. It's been slow couple months for us. You're looking respectfully. It's more, yeah. There we go. I'm gonna say, but you don't have to look respectfully. We're. I brought Bubbles into your chat. I remember this. I brought Bubbles directly to you, and then your mods started touching each other in text, and I was like, oh boy, what have I done? He got banned by the main mod? Oh no. What did he do? Or they. It's they. Bubbles is they. Yeah. Oh no, Bubbles was naughty. Bubbles went too far. He blew his bubble too big and it popped. I'm not too surprised. Bubbles has not seen the best at social norms and boundaries, but I'm used to that. So I need to look at this guy. The out freak. Oh, was he on the Discord? Was he causing issues on the Discord? Woof. He's pretty quiet on ours overall, but that's because if he acts up, he gets told you go in the adult channels. And then he can't go in the adult channels because he needs to get ID'd because Discord's like, you a child. I'm not a child. It's they. I'm so bad at that. I'm so bad at theys. I need to be better. Oh, I was gonna look if I have this guy's reference on my pooter. I know it's in the Lonely Who's folder, but I might have it. Nope, I have everyone but him for this chapter. I am a fool. The Lonely Who's folder. Let's see. Oh, there's Smug Venal, a favorite of mine. Finished pages, illustrations, portfolio shots. Just in MS5. Not in Lonely Reference. You fool. Okay, MS5. Is it just bartender? Gold standard. There's our boy. Thanks, baby. You did the design work on the boy. You designed it from scratch, didn't you? Like, I didn't do a sketch or anything first? Oh, that's probably because the Twitch channel is, wait. Sent my mod straight up porn and my mod didn't like it. Yeah, you should really ask before you do that. Another raid. Wow, I'm popular tonight. Party of one, the biggest party. Now I have a Muppet song in my head. That's all good with me. I should do shout outs for my I mean, y'all know Lizzie. If you follow me and you don't follow Lizzie, you're a statistic anomaly at this point, actually, because it keeps telling me like 97% of your viewers also watch Lizenderish. I'm like, yeah. Is it shout out Lizenderish? I'm gonna do it anyway. Shout out Every John. I am good at Twitch. Twitch now doesn't appear to have a link to your video. It should be either in the panels or directly in my links. Yeah, Liz is the possum lady. I made the possum. I am the possum lady maker. That was my doing. Az is the Amazon Prime haver, so she gets to play with all the possum lady emotes that I am also the one who made. I'm the art hoe. I don't even mind. I'll be the art hoe. Glad you think my art is banger. But yes, you do need to get permission before sending Smoot, generally speaking. I can absolutely imagine how that happened based on my interactions with they. Is there a word for that one? Is there an equivalent in the language? The person. The person. It sounds so mean, though. You got the boy, the girl, the person, the them. Like, that sounds so demeaning somehow. That them there. That they, them there. What's it? Like my mother. The question. The creature. That's me. I'm the creature. This is why I want to be better at it. Like, linguistically, again, almost 40. Raised very conservative. Have to learn a lot of things the hard way. Sucks, right? And so, the dubious individual. I like the dubious individual. Just as a default. I'm going to make that my resume. Derek Carter Boyd, the dubious individual. Hire me. Make his eyes wide. He is by nature designed to not have wide eyes. He's a chill dude. That guy. I know. He has chill eyes. That's why I gave him such a laid-back attitude. Like, his design inspired some of the writing. Just has that vibe. Temple of what? But, sometimes when they got chill eyes, you gotta be like, okay, how did that widen? Because that's like flat on top. You want to keep as much of the base shape as you can, or it doesn't look like the dude, you know? You know, that's a great elevator pitch for me. Need to make a. I used to have cards. I used to have cards for Trillium. Oh, well, I have a website that basically is my card. I have links. I just need to update them better. Business cards were great when I did cons and stuff. I miss doing that, but it's not really feasible as things are right now. Need another me to send to conventions or something? I am my wifey's caretaker. They have an alternative at this point in time. I'm gonna hold on that pupil. Okay. Here's a point of contention with me, right? Okay, so he's looking to the left here. So in actual reality, irises go inward. You'd see the pupil back here, right? But my style, I don't like it. I put them up here. Is that realistic? Not at all. But it does look more like he's looking at what he's looking at to me. And there might be a better solution. It probably is if I used my eyes and brain. But I just prefer this. I just prefer it mostly. Not three-dimensionally accurate per se, but I am drawing My Little Ponies. So are they ever? But also in my style in general, this is just how I do it. It always has been, and I learned how the eyes are in 3D and stuff, and I don't even really like it in 3D. Usually, it's kind of a eyes are strange. Stylizing eyes, the more you think about it and compare it to reality, it gets weird fast. Fun exercise. My fave pony from the official show. Ooh, okay. Okay. Main 6. So, who would you say my favorite is, babe? AJ, yes. I do usually like AJ. Usually AJ is my favorite. There are a couple episodes where how she's written very much are the exception. Like the boxcar one stuff, the adherence to tradition, I get what they're going for. Drives me nuts. Huge pet peeve of mine. I do not think tradition should be law. I do not think tradition should be sacred. If you cannot answer why you do something beyond its tradition, I don't think there's a good reason to do it, usually. Especially if you can think of a lot of reasons you shouldn't do it that way. Like if it's hurting people or something, I don't care if it's tradition. Why are you doing this? You know? But broadly, I love AJ. She feels like family, which also carries tradition. Better or worse, she feels like family. Reminds me of my actual family. So from the mains in the show, she's my favorite. Expanding past the main 6, I have a huge soft spot for Sunset Shimmer. Okay. I don't particularly like Rarity in the show. I like how we write Rarity. I think it is very fun to write Rarity. She's not my favorite character, but she is very much one of my favorites to write, especially since I decided she's one of the first ponies who cusses in this thing, but she does it exclusively in French. Rarity is pretty. Yeah, her design is pretty. It is also one of the hardest ones to learn how to draw. Especially if you're working like 3D space, because that dang curl, it do what it want, and I still get it wrong sometimes. Like it's been a while since I drawn her. She's coming up in a page or two. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna have to draw a Rarity. I hope I don't screw it up. Thankfully, I got my wife to watch my ass. This is a joint effort, so I do the sketches and she does the actual pages. So if you'd like to see a finished page, I'm not going to do the most recent one because it is, while very cool and pretty, very hard on the computer. It will slow things to a crawl. But, oh, I'll do this one. It has Oz on it. I love Oz. Oz. There we go. This is what it looks like in the end. I do the sketches and the writing and sometimes some touch-ups or help if she needs it, but usually she doesn't. Some adjustment. It's very rare I have to do much to anything when she's done. Thank you. She says it looks so good, baby. Are you still in chat or are you just snoozing?
Yes.
Okay. She's sitting behind me. She's Cassie Pones in chat. See her in there. She talks sometimes. Yeah, this is Oz, our Toph. This is Ciara, our Bastet. You've got a couple Anubises, like, you should see the newest one. I could paste it in again, I think. Can. Okay, yeah, this is the newest page. I have to paste it in because otherwise it's a nightmare. It was 2 pages tall. Yeah, if you ever need your shark girl ponyfied, my girl, boy howdy, my wife can absolutely. Again, she's very good at it. But this was her monster design that I basically just put in here and posed and made a silhouette for this panel. She's very good. She also has a channel on here. She has started streaming recently, and I'm sure she would love any support she can get because she is literally what, a week into doing it. So she's a week into streaming. She's trying the streaming thing. I got her set up on VGen and all sorts of stuff. So I love her to bits. And she literally started doing this to help move Lonely along. And frankly, as far as My Little Pony stuff goes, in a lot of ways, especially lining, oh my god, is way better than me. Her design sense is great. She just has really good design sense. It's almost frustrating how good her design sense is. You want like color advice or something? Boy howdy, she is very good at it. I don't always wholly agree with her. We have arguments, especially like monochrome. I love monochrome. She's not a big fan. But she'll still do it once in a while and it'll still look great. Show off a couple of your designs. You can post links. Post your card, yeah, but show a couple of your favorites. Just post a couple favorites. Do it. Do it. Let me show off my wife, but I gotta keep working or this will take me all night. This is a busy page. This man's fucking snoot. I'm gonna chew on it. I'm gonna chew on his snoot. Say less. Love to support some cutie patootie. She is a cutie patootie. We have been together for like 14. I always want to say 13. I'm always a year behind in my stupid little brain. It's really dumb. I don't know why. Glad she's not easily offended by that, or I'd be on the rocks constantly. You don't. Oh yeah, that's what you did for Solar, right? Yeah. Yeah. Love these ponies the fuck. We're very good at getting that reaction. That's my favorite thing about doing this. Oh yeah, yeah, that Cloudy Nights is a babe. Who got that one? Is it one of ours or is it Outsider? Say that like it's a vile curse. Is it someone who's gonna draw me to draw her horny or no? She only sold for $10. $10, I would have kept her. I'd be like, no, that's mine. That's what? DeviantArt blocks VPN IP. That's insane. Why? EA. Oh, EA. I am so sick of their shit. I'm so glad we're working on the site. I need to get further into that. Is there a reason? Just because they can't make as much money on ad tracking, or is it like gotta be something? That's bizarre. I mean, yeah, that's what I figured it was, but I was hoping it'd be more something else than that. I keep praying life is more interesting than just capitalism. Woof, that sucks. Hope VGen don't block it because she posts on there too. She does post on there. They don't have auctions for adopts yet. They're working on it supposedly. Hopefully she'll be able to start doing stuff like that on there. I think you get a little better attention and whatnot there. That mouth too wide, baby. That's really wide. Really wide. I need to push that. Push that. But it loses impact. No! No! I'm listening to her. That's an album cover. I too have MS Paint. Don't usually use it for text editing over a photo, though. Eteriarome. I don't hate it. Do they need a graphic designer? I need money. I have rent due. Give me money. Good grief. I think we've even paid our bills this month. It's rough. It is rough out here, dog. Do males always have a lower nostril like that? Just him. You gave him a unique nose. Look at you. You're so cool. I'm going to kiss you on the mouth. Lola. But yes, ponies. We do lots of stuff. She does some of it on the Discord, trying to help her get out there more so it's not so her audience is trapped within my audience, because she does have unique appeal compared to me. Believe it or not. We're not the same person, and we don't all necessarily have the same audience. So, trapping her. You got commissioned? Nice. She's lots of design work. She started doing some illustrative stuff, especially because she always have to do the backgrounds and whatnot for the boogity boogity schmiggity boogity foogity. I'm nailing it with the words. Huh? The page, yeah, she has to do all the background work and stuff. Like, I give her the sketches. Like, this first panel is just a sketch. She's going to end up doing all the stuff to make that look like it fits. So she's gotten quite good at that over time, it turns out. Especially if you look at some of the ditzy scenes. Oh my! She had to pull out for those. The dream walking. Especially the alien planet stuff. Is that a spoiler to call it that? Am I in trouble? I don't think it is. It sure doesn't look like Equestrian. It doesn't look like Earth. So. And last I checked, neither of those settings were actively on fire. So, yet. That's not a spoiler. That's a threat. Be nice to me. George R. R. Martin style, like, I'll set your favorite horse on fire. Earth is pretty on fire. Yeah, well, you know. I try not to think too much about the Earth being on fire because I just want to, like, go choke out Sam Altman. Yeah. That reminds me, I should really... Okay, so it's not going to be ready for the start of Pride Month. There's no fucking way. I have wanted to use it as an excuse. I have had this piece in mind for, like, over a year now of two very clearly transgender, like a female to male, male to female, one of each. Not alien, what the fuck? Angel. On either side of a guillotine that has split in orange. The whole piece besides the orange is like trans flag colors basically for the palette. Just like pastel watercolor, something like that. Then the orange is orange. You know, it's not implying anything. It's totally fine. I want to do that before the end of June. I've wanted to do it last year and I didn't get to it. I want to do it so bad. It is a dream piece. I want to offer prints of it. I have not heard no. I would have to get approval from the store because we mostly sell smut. I don't know if they want to sell a clearly political print piece, but I feel like this one would sell at least a couple copies. I mean, maybe some people be really self-conscious about an artistic wiener on the wall. Reddit is now testing blocking JSON requests to try and stop people using third-party apps from accessing the site without logging in, and this handing over... Okay, they want you to use their app so they can scrape your mobile device... Ew. Yeah, I love cutting oranges. That sucks. It sucks that Reddit would do that. I'm sorry Reddit does that. I don't use Reddit much. I usually only go there so it links it for something. Not like I can promote myself on there. They're really famously hostile towards that sort of thing for some reason over there. Post your own work in most places are like, get the fuck out. We need this posted by a rando without attribution. We're Reddit. Like, ugh. I do still have some personal... Yes, I do kind of low-key use that randomly. I just don't really track it. But, you know, you raise a valid point. I do have a Reddit account because I used to post my Shantae art. That's one of the few things I've ever done that did, like, well publicly overall. That Shantae stuff. Well, the main one. The bath one with Risky, I don't even like that. That one's kind of shit. Never been super happy with the Risky. I've never done a Roddy Tops. I've always wanted to do a Roddy Tops. Roddy Cops? Ew. Ew. ACAP. That's all cops. Fair. Trying to block third-party apps is annoying. They could also make the argument if the app has like ad block built into it or something, that they might have beef with that. 'Cause that's how they make their money and pay their bills or whatever. But like, I have ad block on my browser. If they block mobile browser, if something blocks mobile browser and I'm on my phone, I just won't use it. I just straight up won't use it. I won't use it. I don't want to download your fucking app. Too many apps as it is. I don't need an app for fucking everything. It drives me crazy. Okay, we need to go back to our... yeah, I wouldn't figure you would. But I will if I use it enough. Oh, so what you're saying is right, it makes plenty of money and they're just being greedy. Got it. That sucks. I'm really tired of the enshittification shit. You know, I think it's obnoxious. So, okay, greed. I did some research. This kept me up. This kept me up it's last night before. I've had this thought pop into my head for ages, and I keep forgetting to look when I have the access. So I rolled over in bed on my phone like, I'm looking this the fuck up. Okay? This was the tipping point for me on looking some things up. We have an app on Kate's phone to control the LED light strip in our living room. Set its color, its brightness, stuff like that. Okay? We have that. That thing runs a full screen ad every time you open it. Or does it do it when you wake up your phone too? Yuck. Yeah. So it's running full screen ad. Every time you open the phone when it was sleeping, so anytime you want to use your light switch, you have to wait for a fucking ad. The most insane shit. I was like, okay, there has to be some cost for this, right? So I went looking into Google's fees. Here's what I learned about Google Play's fees. And I thought maybe I'd learn something to explain why every app I play now is like, watch 20 ads a day. No, I don't want to do that. Buy our $6 a month subscription to no ads. Fuck you. Okay. Here's what I've learned. There are no upfront fees for Google Play. There is transaction fees. They take a cut up to 30%, but typically 15%, unless we're talking about a big spender like Candy Crush or some shit. Sometimes less than 15 of actual financial spending. So in-game app purchases or like things you have to pay for up front, premium apps, then they get a cut. I thought maybe this could be excused, like if they did like a per download fee or something, like it costs like a penny every time someone downloads your game. Okay, fine. You got to run ads for like offset whatever dumb bullshit people might do. I have had games I've downloaded, got mad at, uninstalled, reinstalled, but I need to give this a fair shake. Uninstalled, then left a 1-star review. Don't worry about it. No, there's nothing. It is just greed. It is pure fucking greed that they do this. Our stupid app to control our stupid light strip does not need to have any ads in it. There is literally no reason. There is no fee they have to pay for. There is nothing. It's not even a service. It is synced to a remote sensor in our house. It is not some server talking to this fucking thing. There is no live service to maintain. There is no bill. We bought the fucking lights and we installed the fucking app. Why is it running ads? And everything does it. Everything runs ads. I get so many apps like this is full screen ads. We interrupt your game with ads. We interrupt everything. We have banner ads, and Google does not filter their banner ads well at all. They never fucking have. So sometimes you'll be minding your business, it'll load a new banner ad and pop up a full screen thing in your face that may or may not be trying to download a virus to your phone. Cool. I want a drink. I'm ranting. So yeah, okay. If anyone is curious, for your proper future reference, Soda Asmer, your proper future reference, if you get random bullshit ads in something, ads are excluded from any fees through Google. Any. That is pure income for them. Any fees and ads are paid for by the people buying the ads. That's how that is. No, you're fine. This is a self-motivated one. You just reminded me of it. I've wanted to talk about this. I wanted to research, and I finally did the research. You remind me I did the research. That's all you did. You're in the house of the anti-capitalist. Don't be surprised this happens. It doesn't take much. So yeah. Now you know. Now you know. If you get these things, the only thing that your app has to pay Google for is a percentage of transaction fees for in-app purchases or upfront costs. That's it. That is it. It is until your first million for the year, 15% or less. I think it's $1 million. It might have been 3 million or something. It's some exorbitant number where if you're making that, you're fine. You know what I mean? So the shit where people make stores to bypass the fees, the shit where people, run 1 million ads or whatever, all of that is literally just we want more money. We want to bypass the fees. We want stuff that we just, I have played one game that actually rewards you with any sort of appreciation for watching ads, as far as I can tell. There's an idle game, Zen Shards. If you watch ads, it actually counts towards what most games would call your VIP level, your supporter level in this case. You can get it by buying shit, but if you watch enough ads, it will raise your supporter level as if you gave them actual straight up money. And the higher your supporter level, the less likely it is you'll actually see an ad when you click a thing that would normally cause an ad. Still annoying they're there, but I appreciate that it has like this chance of, hey, you've done this enough that we're like, we've made our money. Chill, baby. It's something. It's also, it thanks you. It actually shows appreciation of some kind. It's a little thing. It's like, thanks for supporting indie development when you watch an ad. It pops up on screen. Fine. There's still too many. Most of them are optional. I'm greedy. Right. But they don't want $3 to $5. So I have every Google Play purchase I have actually made has been to disable ads in a game that has earned my respect and trust. There is one that I'm thinking about it, but it doesn't have the respect and trust. It just has a value proposition straight up of, this will save you so much fucking time. And I'm still debating if the game is even worth that to me. Yes, there are a lot of them, especially my eternal hatred lightning rod, Easy Brain. Yeah, they're super predatory. Like on here, I haven't run it at the night. I probably should at some point. It disables pre-roll. That's my main motivation. Sorry, guys, I didn't disable pre-roll. Let me bitch about ads and then run an ad so Limited can do his favorite quote again. I'm not doing that right now. I tend not to on art streams. I don't really think about it. Which we need money. Again, that's the main reason I do them, or I wouldn't do them. Like if I were getting enough on like other sources, I wouldn't run ads on here. Be like, you guys pay it. Steph Sterling style, like, hey, I make enough money off Patreon or whatever. You guys get no ads. Yep, there it is. I don't even know what that's from offhand. I feel like Animaniacs. I think I've asked this before, and you've even told me. I'm dumb. Yours are on timer. Yeah, mine should be, but when playing Star Ocean, it would always be in a stinking cutscene that's like an hour long, and I can't snooze them that much. And that's the main selling point. I don't want to deprive people of the cutscenes in Star Ocean, right? That's why we're here. No one's watching me play Star Ocean going, I know what this is about. Sucks. I actually enjoy playing Star Ocean. I do kind of want to just stream me playing the Coliseum through. No one cares. No one understands what's happening in that game besides me. Yes. GTA 4. Hipster radio station. Right on, man. If I mentioned on here the lore, I can just do it. I know there's a lot of people that come and go. Our Vinyl lore that I have. Why is Vinyl able to run around on two legs better than anyone else, really? Even though she's a quadruped. She's a DJ. She's standing at the DJ table all the time. So she's always up on her hind legs doing shit. That's my logic. Now, I will say this. We've never had anyone get mad at us for having Vinyl Scratch talk. It's something I've really expected over the years. I thought at some point, someone would be like, she doesn't talk in the show. Why is she talking? Shut up. I really thought it would happen. And I'm glad it didn't. It's not like I have a witty retort and just like, why would I do that? That's so boring. Unless I was like, specifically after mute representation, which I guess is cool in an idea, but I am more enamored by having her be a smarmy little pervert, I guess. She is my second favorite to write, probably. Either her or Discord. They have a lot of energy together. If I get to write her and Discord together, I'm having the time of my life.
Hey, I'm gonna tell him. Hey, Big D, what you doing? Don't call him that. I'm gonna.
I'm gonna cook. Did we actually canonize that?
Yeah.
Yes! Good.
Hey, Big, you literally, the line is, hey, Big D, don't call him that. I'm gonna.
How do deaf ponies? I think you meant deaf ponies. I'm gonna assume that's an autocorrect. How do they sign? I don't know. I think it is worth...
They tap.
They tap. Morse code?
They tap, yeah.
Is that actually canon?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I guess they tap, and then that's it. That does sound familiar. It does sound like something I saw them do. I mean, I could make a very Liz joke, but it seems very off-color to people that don't know. You know, the show actually had a couple things for disability over the course of it. Oh, that's Dick! How do dead ponies sign? They ask your mother. Oh, that's Dick. There you go. Is that everything you need in this conversation, Lizzie? I got you. You got it all here. Dead mom jokes. End of list. Got a new slogan for your server. I'm sorry. I'm a bitch. On one hand, I don't want them to look huge. On the other hand, this door is usually walked through by someone on all fours. So we're going to do that. He's basically Bigfoot right now. Wrote too much smut this week. Phone's got porn rating. That's okay. My phone autocorrects like to Luke about 90% of the time. Capitalized and everything. I don't know where it decided to start doing that. I cannot unteach it, especially because half the time when I write like, it autocorrects to Luke, and I never stop to go, it's going to do that, and turn it off. So it thinks it's right. It thinks it right until I go in and edit some post on Discord, and it doesn't know when that happened. So my phone is convinced I talk about some dude named Luke a lot, forever, and frankly always has been, and I don't know why. My brother cursed my phone. I guess we'll know that if I try to write Pecker and it says Peter. I don't know. Like, don't talk about Luke. Even in the biblical sense, I don't know shit about Luke. I mostly just complain about Peter. Paul. I complain about Paul. Paul. That's the fucker. Half of our problems are just Christians citing Paul. Like, Paul knew as much as Christ himself. Yeah. Oh, you want some of your crusties? My wife desires Uncrustables. Everyone chant PBJ. PBJ. PBJ.
Hey. Hey.
What if I stole one? What if I stole one from you? Let me look if the Uncrustables are prepared for you. Give me a sandwich! What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? Thaw 30, 60 minutes. Eat within 8 to 10 hours. Do not microwave. Does not say how long it would take to defrost in the fridge. You tell me. I stole one. PBH is close enough to PBJ. PBC, you know what? Fine. Doesn't feel as close to a slant rhyme, but I'll take it, I guess. You freak. And peanut butter hand job? You know, now I'm wondering. Now I'm what? Honey hand job? That seems worse somehow. Like, honey is notoriously sticky. At least peanut butter is kind of a cream. Anyway. Why is your stream marked adults only, Sarah? It's a mystery. Thanks, Liz. Now I'm thinking about weird food play. Peanut butter and honey. Peanut butter and honey. That's a flavor? Oh, interesting. I'd try it. She got raspberry this time. She got strawberry. We tried the chocolate ones and they seem sus. Yeah, she got her riding partner to buy her some groceries. Like, we have food for the next couple days. You know, it is hard to write without food, so maybe that makes sense. Okay, all we've done here is make it look like Ben has a dump truck. To be fair, the ponies generally kind of do on account of being horse-shaped, and horses are not exactly known for small of ass. Is that him being nice because he knows he's full of shit? I don't know. She just kind of brought the attitude he came in with today, I guess. Like, I gotta do something Final Fantasy 14 first. She's like, alright, if you're not gonna give a shit, neither am I, and I guess it worked out okay. Something. Boy, drives me nuts. The comment about cat owners, I almost straight up started a fight. I almost just shoved her aside, took the mic, and started going off. I had to leave the room. I was furious. Mr. Don't Put Me in a Box starts talking about how cat owners have Stockholm syndrome, and I'm just like, that isn't even a real condition for starters. Second, okay, Mr. Don't define me with stupid labels and shit. Like, I'm not my autism. I didn't say you're your autism for starters. For second, whatever. Don't get me started. He hits my pet peeves so well. And I'm pretty sure he's waiting for the day I apologize to him, and he's going to be waiting a very, very long time. Rules for thee, but not for me is so his fucking thing. They're so his thing. He's like an abusive mom. It's it's insane. He is so like that. Infuriating. Rules for thee, but not for me. Yep, that's a good summary. This looked good until I put the legs, and I'm like, I hate it. I have a different idea. If I take need to pause. Give me just a second. Is that okay? Fighting with Vinyl's lit. Is that why you needed to pause? Okay. Here you go. Okay. I actually am going to run an ad real quick because my wifey needs help. So I'll be awake for just a second. Everyone have a lovely time. Try not to kiss each other too much. I'll get jealous. I'll get jealous. Back to the cave. Woo! Back soon. What are you two fucking talking about? Hi. That was my best attempt at an Eggman. It was not great. Hello again. Right back to it. Wifey has been helped. Wifey is in bed. And I am drawing horses to relieve this horrible curse for a week. And then it will come back. What, who? You and her? Talking about my Uncrustables naked leg OnlyFans? But who's gonna join the dick tier? Saddest concept in the world. Is wifey happy? I don't know. Wifey, are you happy? He says yes. Wifey is happy. Saddest emotional state in the world is the dick tier is free just so I can build some self-esteem. Lyra? Shork?
Jazzy is A-OK.
Jazzy is A-OK. Good. He is a good Shork with a Gooner chat that somehow apparently Bubbles managed to get banned from because he sent him on porn. Good job, Bubbles. I would assume the peanut butter hand job. Why is this person banned? Okay, we had the word hand job before. Liz is a mod. That's why. Like, why is peanut butter hand job banned now? Oh, because it's not a mod saying it. Gotcha. Bias. There's your rules for thee and not for me. Twitch. I got so distracted by that, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. How awesome Cassie is? Well, the response was, I would assume the peanut butter hand job enthusiast. But a humble frog with hands. But why? I have access to limited locations. I believe. Specifically, the lonely folder I should have permission to. I don't know if I set up anything. Making people want peanut butter, which means we're doing the Lord's work, peanut butter rules. On the flip side, peanut butter hand job theme, I got your peanut butter right here, baby. For the right price, it's all yours on onlyfans.com/ Sarah Fingies. I don't fucking know what I'd be on there. Isn't it amazing how a cucumber can be visually perfect inside the bag for a week, but the second you go to use it, it becomes Shrek gonorrhea? Zucchinis also have this power. I've never so bad wanted to master the SpongeBob ass sounding text to speech voice on TikTok. Zucchinis also have this power. No one else hears SpongeBob. It's just, it's me, I guess. My wife said it's not SpongeBob. It sounds like SpongeBob. It sounds like SpongeBob. There's a text to speech on TikTok. It drives me crazy because I always think it's like SpongeBob, and it's not SpongeBob. It's just TikTok. I can kind of hear it, but they would just use the SpongeBob voice at that point, me thinks. That's true. That's true. I'm just saying. Just it sounds like SpongeBob to me. It sounds like SpongeBob. It's like I'm gonna tell you about the time I went to the Grand Canyon. I'm like, oh god, it's SpongeBob. I'm trying. I'm not on point tonight. The SpongeBob is weak. Sorry. I don't have a SpongeBob trigger phrase. That's the secret to getting in character with something. You gotta have the trigger phrase. That's how I feel about it. I tried this with Solar the other day. I forget what voice he was doing. I was like, you gotta say this. He's like, oh shit, that worked. I don't want to do that every time. But I'm like, yeah, but it works, doesn't it? It works. Goofy, the easy one to do for me is Maxie! Gorsh. That is very SpongeBob. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready, ready.
Super Weenie Hut Juniors!
Mr. Krabs!
Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs? They took my fucking eyes, Piglet. I can never. I hate that it's not even us that do that. That's just a meme. It's just a meme. We erased Winnie the Pooh's eyes. Why? I don't know. Yeah, I'm okay at Winnie the Pooh, but I'm banned from doing much
You're
Winnie
not
the Pooh. Because she doesn't want me to corrupt Winnie the Pooh the way I do Mickey Mouse and Goofy. Oh, stick your fingers in my ass, Goof. Okay. Like, she doesn't want me to do that to, like, Pooh and Tigger. And to be fair, I would wholly, but Gorsh. Mick, did you clean up before we did this? No. I can tell. Take that from me. Why? Copyright claim me. Yeah, Disney, you wanna certify this one? Gorsh, Mickey, you're really finger blasting me tonight. Hot dog! I've talked about charging money for this kind of thing. I'm not. Why? For what? I'm not hurting Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is fucking fine. Also, Disney artists famously draw porn. That's a thing. Apparently, YouTube Music has decided that I should listen to actual Mohican rain dance music. All right. Late night D&D planning leaves me loopy once again. I'm in tears. Happy to help you. Have a pleasant evening. Golly. I don't usually do it with an audience. That was weak. Felt too much of me sipping. Why? No, I'm not. Why would I get in trouble? Not own the voice. I can do as I please. I think Mickey uses the teeth gap for aim. I don't even know how to interpret that. Oh, for Goofy. Oh. Oh. Goal! And that, Max, is how the story of how your father got popular in Spain. They love the football.
Also,
Well, that's Canada. Tonsil hockey's Canada. Don't be silly. I'm losing it. I'm losing the voice.
oh,
Gorsh. My vocal cords can't seem to keep up with myself. Mickey putting the strap on in the drawer. This is a surprise tool that'll help us later. Xeno Saga 2. Movie scene soundtrack. Specifically, so many cutscenes in the game, it needed its own soundtrack for the cutscene. That checks out. That checks out. That's a series I really would like to play through at some point. I've tried the first one a few times. Historically, a little bit hard to emulate because it is shockingly demanding. The weirdest times, but would love a PC collection of that. I'd love to see more Monolith work get out. I mean, they did Bat and Kaido, so who knows? I'd also love to see any odd-numbered Star Ocean reach Steam. Any of them. Any of them. 1, 3, 5? I don't even like 5, but I'd take it as a win, and I would stream it. I would stream 5. Because I have to make everyone deal with Star Ocean. It's oh, Kim Yu. Merlin, do you want to go see your brother? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going. Oh, love using voices for evil. Gabriel Iglesias had that one very right. Man ain't perfect, but can't argue with that one. What is this? Right. Who composed this? What is this? Yuki Kaijura did the music for Xenosaga? I was gonna say, it sounds a lot like her. I didn't know that. Damn. Vocal craziness and shit. Yeah, it's very Yuki. Get a lot of mileage out of that emote tonight, Lizzie. Is it just the mood you're in, or is it just a fortunate occurrence? You got a kaiju that writes music now. Yuki Kaijura. Damn it. She's a Japanese composer. Yuki Kaijura, Sword Art Online was her music. Madoka Magica is her music. Yeah, no, even famous SAO hater Mother's Basement is like, the fight scenes are carried by Yuki Kaijura, the GOAT. So, and they really are. Like, there's nothing special about an SAO fight scene, but the music makes you feel like there is. She did Madoka Magica. She did Dot Hack Sign. Basically, if there's an anime soundtrack, I know who the composer is. It's probably Yuki Kaijura.
Yeah.
Why can't I just move the... Well, fuck you. What's the point of the layer if I can't do the thing, you motherfuck? Yuki Kaijura is yeah, Dot Hack Sign's music, even if you hate the show, which a lot of people do, it is kind of slow. Dot Hack Sign's music is incredible, especially the vocal stuff. So she had a band briefly, Calafina, I think it was, and that was gone by the time I learned they existed, which is one of the saddest days. You find out one of your favorite composers straight up had a band with other composers and singers, and it was gorgeous, and they have some really good music. Anyway, they disbanded years ago. Fuck you. But you know, a nice backlog of things to go through that's usually pretty good. Moon Festival's the one that comes to mind usually when I think of them. Looking of a star. Like, yeah, no, awesome. I love Yuki Kaijura. She's done some other, I think Pandora Hearts is one I've never seen, but I've heard some of the music. You've never heard the Madoka music? What's wrong with you? Madoka Magica's soundtrack is amazing. I haven't done the movies at all, but like, if you like Dot Hack Sign, especially, strongly recommend the Madoka Magica soundtrack. Music Assign. Similar vibes. Notably similar vibes in all the right ways. It's beautiful. My biggest beef with the Dot Hack games is that they didn't have her composing. My other biggest beef is that GU Episode 1 is the worst. I've never finished it, and I don't know what to do about that. I'll try again someday. I want to like GU. Everyone says GU is really good once it gets going, but Episode 1 is notoriously said skip it by a lot of people. I'm like, but then you don't have the context and the build up, and I like those things, but I don't know if I do like those things, because in this case, I don't like any of the characters. I don't like any of them. Like, you get me in Dot Hack Sign. I love Black Rose, you know, Lady Subaru. Like, you know, I like that stuff. Is Black Rose the sign one, or is Black Rose the whatever? I can't remember. It's been a while. Black Rose sign, or is Black Rose the games and the prequel stuff? I don't remember. Yeah, I know she's in the books, but that doesn't necessarily answer my question. I think if it's the books, it's the sign story, I think. There's another one that's basically just using Black Rose's skin that is in the, what you call it? The Twilight Bracelet manga and the anime, I guess, but the anime is ass. They don't respect the Twilight anime slightest. Which is a shame, because I think that's the one that's closest to being canon. It also is devoid of any good ideas and doesn't follow the manga for more than half a chapter. Really bad. It's really bad. Like, I've seen the end of it and was like, that's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. And I don't think Yuki came back to compose GU either, so that's a strike against it, you know what I mean? There's a new Dot Hack show. Sick! It doesn't have the same composer. I don't give a fuck! A thing I say where it can be a bad game or a bad show, and if the music's good, I'm all in. I mean it. I'm so about that. You can hook me musically, I'll put up with a lot of shit I otherwise wouldn't. It's just a weird thing about me. I told them my face was better, and now I might. Just Benadryl knocks me the F out. I guess it didn't knock me out last time. Alright, dudes, place your bets. I'm going to take a Benadryl. Will I get through the page? I can work on it. Always, but not like you're working on it. You got a rally day. Got to work for rally. What series, in your opinion, always got heat for music? Naganuma is the best funky uncle. I'm not a big Family Guy fan, and he was really big on Family Guy memes for a long time, and I always worried about that. But I worry about everything being like a dog of some kind. I don't think he means ill to anyone. I think Naganuma is just a goober. I love Naganuma's music. Rush is bomb. Honestly, even the Dud Sonic games are usually pretty good. Like, even 06 has some good tracks, you know? That's one of my favorite Eggman themes. It has the allergy relief. It's right here. I'm going to take this. Give me a pill. Funky little pill. Oh, funky. Give me a sec. I'm going to attempt to take a pill. Went right down and then I decided I was thirsty. Let's see. Something that's not Sonic, though. If you can count it as a series, I guess the Chrono games are both really good. I haven't played Radical Dream. It's got a lot of the same shit. I did it. I did take the pill. My Benadryl knockoff from Walmart. Recent life achievement, by the way. Until about a year ago, I couldn't take pills. Even now, some nights I just like magically forget how to do it. It seems. 13. I never got to play 13 Sentinel. Jonatron. Yes, exactly. Samadrill, because it's. So Nier tends to have really good music. And is a consistent composer as far as I know for both of them. I think Drakengard is also her. Less familiar with Drakengard, but it is kind of the same series, so I should probably check out Drakengard. Musically. Then there's I don't know. I like a lot of things musically. Like Xeno stinking Xenoblade. Holy fuck, Xenoblade has great music consistently. Some of the best damn music in the genre in the business. Like they kick out. Xenoblade soundtrack is any single game soundtrack is amazing. X is a different guy. It uses some fucking acid loops and shit, and it's still really good and just evokes such a unique mood compared to the others. And yes, I'm even including the cringy ass battle theme. I love that battle theme, and you can all take it from my cold dead hands. We are stuck on a distant planet. It's much more than we can manage. Not to sound cliche, I need a bigger gun, etc. Um, Low key sucks, but in a way that makes me just like super happy. I don't know how else to put that. Fucking, I love it. The soundtrack. I don't know what they're going to do with it now. I don't know what's next for Xenoblade. I don't have a Switch 2. I wouldn't be sad if there was never another Xenoblade. They just made a whole new series that I can't play. Oh, darn. I don't have to be invested in that. Oh, shit. I'd like to be, but I don't have to be. I'm a broke bitch. Sorry, Nintendo. I can't help you. You decided that you wanted more money. Forever. Then the price of everything started going up also because AI. So fuck games, I guess. Xenoblade soundtrack's awesome. Amazing. If you like the music of stuff like Star Ocean or what's it called? the Tales of series. Batten Kaitos, same composer. Very good. Some of my favorite stuff is on there. I don't usually go out of my way to listen to his music, but he has some really good ones in there. Is that okay if I do that, babe? Just have this like, oh, you're not looking, all right. I have like a dark in the door, but I haven't filled it in where his nose is, but I've left the outline of the door so you know where it goes and blah blah blah. I know they like to reuse background, but honestly, you might be able to yoink the door from the. Okay. This is gonna be the door opening like you. Yeast. Yeah, Xenoblade's music is gas. If you like weird anime hype songs like You Say Run, Xenoblade 2 has one. I think it's Say My Name or something like that. Uh, Same energy. Very good. Plays in a few different cutscenes. Fucking love that song. Makes me want to go out and kick ass and jerk off all at the same time. Very good. Guar Plains is classic at this point. Guar Plains determined their tradition at this point. Every game's first big field area has that kind of energy. Xenoblade 3 and 2 both kind of hold off for a while because 3 you have to kind of get there. It's very claustrophobic comparatively until a certain point in the story. Early on, you get the group together, you get the gang together, and you head out, and then you finally get to the first big open field, and that energy is there. You're like, oh yeah, it's Xenoblade. 2, you got the big long, arguably too long opening tutorial thing that Donkey fucking shit on. Because if you don't like Nopon, you are going to be miserable. I can't lie. Yeah, I get you it, Preem. And then you like end up crashed in a forest. You go up on a hill and have that fucking Breath of the Wild moment of like, here's a big old thing in front of you. Like, oh. And then X, the first area of X, again, you walk up to a cliff in the tutorial and you see this continent laid out before you with these big ass dinosaurs and shit on an alien planet. Fauna, flora, all that shit you've never seen. And then the fucking techno hits and it still has that energy. It's so good. I got to everything. Part of the secret to the success I just said earlier, I think before you got here, I controversially do not remember any music from Final Fantasy X besides like the Anarchan theme from the opening title screen. All just in one ear out the other, which is weird for me. I like most Final Fantasy soundtracks. Just don't remember. Yeah. See, I never played Blitzball much either. um, I think the secret to the Xenoblade composer's success is that they aren't just one person. Ace is a whole team of some of my favorite composers in the business, and then some I've never heard of before. That's like I think they got the White Knight lady in there. They got some other ones. I don't think Uematsu's in there, but I can't remember offhand. But they have some very talented people all working together as a group to make those soundtracks. God, I don't want to drink. Okay? I feel if I played through 10 again, it would be like, oh, memories, kind of like Star Ocean 4 has been a lot of, oh, memories. Like Star Ocean, I love the like the motif, the leitmotif or whatever of Star Ocean 4. The theme. I think it's in more games than that, but I mostly know it from the opening of Star Ocean 4 and a couple cutscenes. Um night, Lyra, have a good eat. Try to get you that code when I'm done. I accepted the request, so I do see you. Hello. Okay. Rest well. Make it look like this car is entire train car is just like tilting. Never heard the Chrono Cross soundtrack. It's not Uematsu, but it is the lady that would go on to do a lot of good shit. I believe it's the same composer as Mario RPG. That's the most notable thing she's known for. I think she worked on some of the stuff in Chrono Trigger, but she wasn't the main composer of Chrono Trigger. Oh no, it's just getting fucked. Um, you know how to portray this. Like, yes, everything's moving. Do I just make the entire thing look shaky? Yes. It's, you know, we have a lot of series. I like the music. Most of them RPGs. Disgaea, NIS's core team, even some of their B team stuff. They get Tenpei Sato. If you really like Nightmare Before Christmas, you'll probably love Tenpei Sato. His style is consistently referred to as demented Disney. Also, if you like that Tim Burton kind of energy, you might be in there too, like visual, but if it was sound. No John Williams, but not every Tenpei Sato song's amazing. They are at worst serviceable. At best, some of my favorite stuff. One of my favorite composers. Him and Yuki Kaijiro are like my big two, I guess. Speaking. There you go. Is that a good list? Is that a good list? I don't know. You want to get into like my favorite Sonic soundtracks? I could do that one too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Horde. Sonic the Hog Hedge. You know what game has a good soundtrack? Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Yes. Especially because every character has their own like instrumental style and stuff. It's cool. Um, I'm sorry I know too much about too much. Is that a problem? Why? Apparently, it's a problem because she said so that I know too much about too much. Um, let's see if you make me pick my favorite musical style in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. That's going to depend on my mood. I mean, upbeat, it's Tails. My favorite musical. Okay, Rouge's any of Rouge's stages get me feeling a little bit more than Bonita. I'll say that. Rouge's stuff is good. And I want to feel sexy. Not like I want to fuck, but in like a yes, I am a bad bitch. Oddly enough, I would totally fuck to Aquatic Mind though. It's the beat. It's the beat. I don't know why. Something about it. It's just like oh, it's got that groove. Um, my favorite musical. Don't say Cannibal. Don't say Cannibal. Um, and Trail of Oregon was really fun. Has an entire song about dying of diarrhea in it. So that is up there. Trail to Oregon is up there. Um, in fact, if we said favorite musical comedy, Trail to Oregon just fucking wins. Into the Woods is fine. Is it meant to be a comedy? Eh. Repo is a good answer. Repo, I think, was my introduction to musicals that were nothing to do with Disney. By a friend that was like, I think it was Chris even, LM, was like, hey, you hate musicals? Yeah, you're not allowed to hate musicals. Try this one. Now, I have heard some people call Repo a bad movie, and they can suck it. Repo is interesting. It's fun. I like Repo. Rocky Horror I saw before Repo, and I appreciate it more now that I'm not musically averse. Adverse. Rocky Horror is fine. I appreciate it more with age, honestly. What were they hoping to make a series out of the Repo Man? I don't know Heathers. You know Heathers, baby? Now, I think it's safe to say Kaz's favorite musical is Epic. Would that be wrong, dear? He has not historically backed many things on Patreon, but she backed old Jorge. Um, she loves Epic. Apparently, it's getting an animated adaptation, not a Broadway adaptation. No. Animated musical of Epic, which, mind you, will watch and makes sense because they get so many storyboards online. I'm excited to see what happens with that. I hope they do something good, and I hope there's no AI involved. I'll kill everyone. Thank God. They have a director on board yet? I feel like you've told me this. They said who? Was it someone I recognized any of the work of when you told me? I don't remember. I remember having a conversation about this, but not the details. And I feel dumb as shit. um. Oh, Kubo and the Two Strings. I forgot about that movie. I liked that movie. I like Leica's work. I wish I'd seen more of it, and I wish that they would treat their employees better. Producer is not director, though.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
No director yet. Producer is the one with the money. So it's like the guy that paid for this good thing that you like probably also paid for these things you like probably. Well, good. It's his thing. Hope they get some talent behind it. Well, I meant like in terms of the visuals. Hope they actually get a, you know.
Pride and Prejudice.
Pride and Prejudice musical's fun, yeah. I like her eyes.
I'm in much trouble.
I feel like the Shrek musical, it's a weirdly bad rap. I like the expanded lore of his parents, if nothing else. Just how do you end up like this? Well, it's normal. That's true. You do love Beauty and the Beast. But I'm more complicated because I grew up on Disney until I was like, Disney's for little girls, and I'm a big, strong boy. I'm so boy. Well, I obviously the big, strong boy, so boy was definitely not overcompensating for it. The shrine is really cool, baby. He has a Beauty and the Beast shrine. Liz has seen it. She can attest. It is real. It is full of Beauty and the Beast stuff, random collectibles and knickknacks. Some from overseas, various things she has found and ordered online, received as gifts. He loves Beauty and the Beast. she even likes the live action remake that nobody likes. And to be fair,
I like all
I have
the
seen
bad ones.
I have seen worse Beauty and the Beast. I've seen worse movies. Granted, I'm also a freak who liked the live action Aladdin a little bit. I'm busted. Um what? The Broadway version of Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah.
Is it time to share my favorite Beauty and the Beast fact? That every single version has its own rendition of the Gaston song. They all do something unique with it. And there are no bad
I
ones.
know you're
What?
buying that meat.
Yeah. She had a life dream of seeing the Broadway version of Beauty and the Beast, and they came to Eugene or Portland or something. We actually got to go. She actually got to go, courtesy of Pig Boy, and sitting there, and it started, and she was bawling, and it made me bawl, and it was lovely. Also, something I really like about both the live action and, if I recall correctly, the Broadway version is they do incorporate the opening theme into Music with Beast. That is something I wish they did more in the original. I love the opening theme of Beauty. That is my favorite thing in the whole whole movie music. It's gorgeous. It's just that kind of twinkly noise, that twinkly piano and harp stuff. That is how you make me come. That's what that is. I love shit like that. I feel like Enchanted Forest was full of stuff like that too. I think I just have a lot of nostalgia for this. They're tearing Enchanted Forest down? What?
I saw.
Well, Liz just said what, so hopefully it's something you're misremembering, because Liz probably would have known that. I haven't been to Enchanted Forest in so long. I love Enchanted Forest. It's just not life compatible. Oh, it's so kitschy. Am I using that right? It's tacky, but in a way that I just adore. It's artsy tacky. It's like this is this person's passion. Became the family's passion. Like it's an Oregon staple. They better not be tearing it down. I'll buy it. That's all we have here. That's all we have. Enchanted Forest and Crater Lake. Don't take this from me. What? Good. Oh, good. Oh, I don't have to cry and shit and come and cry. That place is, I am sure, would lose some glory to me now as an adult, but at the same time, I feel like I would still love it for what it is. It is formative for me. I did see an online tour of the haunted house in recent years. Down though, they replaced the ghost room. They replaced it with some bullshit, and the audio still plays, but it doesn't have the ghost anymore. It's just like some Spirit Halloween shit. It's so upsetting. Like it had a fire. Like there was a fire in the ghost house at some point, I believe. They had to rebuild some of it. So I think they lost the ghost room because it was basically a pile of kindling. Because it was a bunch of furniture covered in sheets, basically. You can't see me, but I can see you. And then like there'd be the telltale sound of your at Enchanted Forest of like a air pressure thing going off, and it would shoot up one of the sheets with like the form of a guy. Yeah. It is corny, but I love it. Like it's like watching like Tales from the Crypt kind of horror of just like, yeah, this is made of fucking puppets. They did an episode of Ghost Adventures there? Really? Oh, see, now I want to go to Enchanted Forest at naughty times when you're not supposed to go to Enchanted Forest, Liz. Liz. Hire Kaz a nurse while we go to Enchanted Forest in the middle of the night in October, like normal people who want to die of the elements and maybe ghosts. What? No, no.
No.
She says no. Liz, I'm not allowed to go die in Enchanted Forest with you while looking for the Hat Man or whatever.
Serenade.
We can leave Mason with you. Can you leave someone, your husband, in the will? You do ghost hunting tour? Not going, I guess. Never let me do anything fun. Yeah, I gotta go and get dead. I don't want to get arrested. We get permission. Probably. You gay do crimes? Cops show up and they're just arresting me for doing my Mickey Mouse voice on Twitch.com. Not Twitch TV. No. Twitch.com. Uh-huh. Let's go ghost hunting in Enchanted Forest, Goofy. Am I a bad person? Why? Why do you say that? Why am I terrible, Kate? Terrible person. For horrifying people with my Mickey Mouse? I think that makes me a talented individual.
No.
You think that's the worst thing anyone's done with a Mickey Mouse voice? You're not horrified? Not in that outfit, you're not. Because you gotta look the part, you know. Made sense in my head. Take your thickest, darkest eyeshadow and smear it over things that are not. Eventually, you will be fully horrified. Cover your whole face with it. I didn't say black face. I can see how we got there, though. This is the Mickey Disney's afraid of having. I'm just saying, Prostitute Mickey was a series on Newgrounds for years. I think it's still around. I'm probably fine. And even if I wasn't, the mouse himself is public domain now. At least some versions of him. Yes, Steamboat will. I think a couple others at this point. Is horrified a synonym for bimbofication? Maybe? Tell you what, you go to my Blue Sky or join the Discord and look at my bimbofied ottercat and you tell me. Evil laugh. So let's be real, the big titty ottercat, that basically is just bimboficating ottercat. Yes, Liz, I am trying to get everyone to hang out with us. Though I can only go so hard because I have a huge pet peeve with everything being Discord specific these days. So I can't blame anyone. It's not like chomping at the bit to join a Discord. Because I'm like, yeah, me either. I don't want to join a bunch of them either. I think I have less than 10, including ones that I'm just like, don't pay attention to. And that number is way higher than it was like a year ago. And honestly, I could delete half of them and not notice. What? Why'd you think you broke your arm earlier?
and like felt like a
Scary. Got all my discords organized. It alleviates the mental stack of essentially living in several digital villages all at the same time. Fair. I'm only really active in a couple at any given time if I can help it, and even that's usually a big load. Like I'm in Liz's, and I'm in mine, and I am literally one of the 3 people in charge of Bunalo, so I got to be there because that's where we do everything. And I don't pay attention to anything in that that's not business related because I'm like too much. I'm in Fawnies, but I don't really pay attention to it. I didn't think to ask. Shit. That's a good question. I forgot to actually watch that thing that she sent me where she's talking. Should there's the pan. Champion of P. No one pees like this bitch. I tell you what, I'm the pianist Pete. I'm I'm the penis. Nailed it. Nailing it. Good at life. Goes and leaves a trail of bog. Well, most people in my server just leave porn or something. To be honest, I really liked the crunchy crash on the last page, but it's so much work. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm a bathroom. Sorry, it's been 3 hours. Are you for real? Okay. Just chatting. I'm doing fine. It's just complicated page. Complicated page. Verb. Verb. Oh, I'm back. This score. Mom's pissing post frogs. Oh, you gotta turn your OCs into frogs. I'm pretty sure that makes you some kind of witch. Congratulations on your witchiness. Your witchness. We have 2 joins in the Discord. How lovely! Lovely. Hey, don't forget to grab your rolls, guys. Later as a reminder. Or Liz can. Or someone. We'll see. There's usually someone. Alright, I need to get back into doodling. This curse will never lift. It's already Sunday morning. This crunch sucks. Up our crunch game. Like the captain. He's smart. I should be like Ina and just go grab onomatopoeias online. They exist. There's whole kits for this kind of thing. No, Sarah's a tryhard. Frogvale with Frog Gavin and with Frog Evi among the lily pads. Get Emily and the other 2 in there, right? The boys whose names I always blank on for some Darian and Lucas. I did it. I remembered them. Get them all and have them do the gay frog t-shirt. You know what I'm talking about? I dawed it. Sometimes I don't suck. Sometimes my brain remembers words that I have been exposed to about 20,000 times and have personally taken part in the manifestation of multiple of those times. Hi, Clipsteel. Why did you freeze? Stop that. You're planning to make the world a huge bog continues. Bogs have water, and I am an otter, so I'll be fine. I just did. Literally just did. As soon as it hung up, I'm like, no, you're not doing that to me. And as soon as it stopped hanging up, I saved again. I think I saved when I got up, too. I usually do when I do that. As long as Otter can be in water, Otter is happy. That's why I have the cave, you see. I was hell-bent on having some sort of water background for my stuff on here. I thought just making a 3D space with a projector light was somehow easier than trying to figure out anything more practical. So that's what I did. Which is great until we play an intensive game or something, and then I have to close the cave because the cave explodes. But to be fair, Liz, the other side did run much better without OBS, I will. So that could be part of it. Also caved and started running at Windows and still got properly spooked. I am curious if the tutorial has that particular jump scare scripted or not. I'm going to guess yes. Exploding otter cave. Nice. The EOC. OC out of context. AOC, popular senator. What other vowels we got? EOC is exploding otter cave. UOC, University of Colorado. I don't know. IOC, nothing. Fuck you. Letter I's for losers. this is a little bit better. I wanted a second exclamation point. Within my hubris, I was like, I have a budget for two exclamation points. That's in our souls. Jolt also. I have lots of options here. This works. Crunchitize me. Imagine being a child and being willingly turned into cereal. Crunchitize me, Captain. Oh no! I get soggy in milk. Usually, most things get soggy in cow milk. Yeah, that's true. As a bog witch, I do approve of embogification. Drain the swamp? No. Swamp the swamp. Get into my swamp! Here's my one beef with a bog, right? Anything swampy. Mosquitoes. You're gonna have a lot of mosquitoes. I guess means you don't have to worry too much about campers, you'd think. But, don't have to worry too much about me. I don't like mosquitoes. I went for a walk yesterday, thought I saw one mosquito, and fucking itched the rest of the night just on the reminder that the things exist. No, I'll go let the boys out so they can immediately misbehave and talk me. Skunk Ape for president. Why does that sound familiar? Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape. Grape Ape. Ape. Skunk Ape. Bigfoot but lives in the Everglades. Got it. Up like a. Ooh. I am also delicious to mosquitoes. Maybe the bog witch can protect us from the mosquito. Granted, you're really good at being submerged. I guess the mosquitoes can't get you down there. You just got to worry about the leeches. Oh! This fucking thing on top of the chat on my this. Oh, it's always there. So often it moves and it makes me think the chat is talking. Like, ooh, talking. It's like, no, it's just the stupid thing on top of the chat being like, make a clip. Here's our top donors. Sometimes it's useful. Sometimes I'm having a quiet night. It just kind of annoys me. Expert as long as I got a snorkel, but then what if the mosquito goes in the snorkel and you get a leech on you under the water? See the problem? Hogs, man. They got downsides. They got downsides. Saying? You know what they got for upsides? Hogs. Plenty of foliage. Hog witches. Just chucking those anti-mosquito junks in the swamp. Sure, man. Nash Music Library Documentary Variety. The name of this song I'm listening to is SC-6508. YouTube's so confused by my musical taste that it is now sending me stock music, and I don't hate it. Euclid. Yeah. I don't remember what Euclid is. That's Shy Guy's one of those, right? And Euclid's like bad, but it's not Keter. I thought Keter was the worst. Through the ecosystem, we're nuking the skeeters. There. Up stock music with Shala's theme from Chrono Trigger. Yeah, you know me, guys. Game I love, but have never actually beaten. Just a lot of. Peter, I hardly know her. I don't need the laugh track that plays too long. I want just like one guy that laughs way longer than anyone else. That's my favorite. Those are my favorite studio audience things when there's just one guy losing it and everyone else is just done. Like, funniest joke in the world, but only to Steve. Those are great. They're so good. Well, that one really landed with that dude in particular. All right, we need to do another take, but you need to calm it the fuck down. That's a great reaction. Yeah, no, we'll blend it in editing, but like, holy shit. Then they just kind of forget. Listen to Chrono Trigger, and I always get, I forget very quickly, and I'm reminded on a regular basis. The one voice just dominating any other voice on set. Yeah. Kind of dudes. And yeah, yeah. Like the cackling lady. I can't do that. What's wrong with Milo? I was saying something. I forget. Whatever. There was the most important thing in the world. It's probably the launch codes. Counter nukes so we don't all die when Trump sits on a button or something. Impact since that. I wish Hoyo wasn't Hoyo. I know some people get mad if I say that. Fuck them. AI push their gotcha shit. Tech otaku save the world. Yeah, that is a slogan. I'm not surprised when you do anything shitty. I'm not gonna lie. It's always off-putting. The rate they put out content, I know enough about live service shit like Fortnite and stuff to know they're burning fucking fast. Always had me kind of nervous. Then you realize, like, you know, Genshin isn't even their only game. It wasn't even when Genshin came out. It's not like the 2 full 1 cents or whatever, or fucking, oh, we got a lot of money, we're gonna make another. No, they just manage like this. Honkai Star Rail's older than that, or no. Star Rail, the newest Honkai. It's like Honkai Impact. There's like a few other, like they've done a bunch of games. They're all still updating as far. That is a team that just, how big they are, but they definitely make money, and it's definitely worked constantly. And they're like, we're putting out animations, we're putting out this, we're putting out that. And we're like, there's so much content. I'm like, yeah, but they don't talk about how. Then they get into like, we're gonna do AI. It's like, good, they're gonna make infinite content, and their fans are gonna be happy forever. And at what cost? Tech otaku, not artists. Not artists save the world. It's tech otaku save the world. That means nerds who like anime save the world. Anime and computers. Sure, man. Heck, nothing's gonna save the world. Not in the capitalists. I don't care who gets mad at me about that. Like they're gonna fucking hire. Anyway. You know what I mean? Career am I looking out for? I'm drawing a My Little Pony fan comic on my Saturday nights because that's where I get any attention. IDW starts hiring MSOL. And I looked, they're not. I feel like I could rock that job. I feel like I could do IDW, like Sonic Comics or something. I don't know. Pony. So okay, when I played Genshin Impact, 'cause I did try it at launch. It's very pretty. It's very high production value. It has a lot of narrative. Maybe it got worse with time. I don't know. They probably do. It had appeal. It did have things going for it. But even then, I was like, oh, the gotcha currency outside of event shit is just not handed out well. It is a grind if you want to do a 10 pull, right? And then and people, so Genshin in particular is really good at giving you character stories that are secretly demos. But they aren't just demos. They make people want to know more about the character. They give you a taste if you like playing as the character, and somewhere between getting attached to them through their story and getting a taste of playing as them, you easily are like, I'm going to spend money on this. Like, a lot of people easily are like that. It's not even particularly manipulative in the psychological sense of like a lot of these games where they purposefully dick with you. It is They just present a story and a little taste, and that's all most people need. And that's somehow one of the less scummy things I've seen out there. Um, Vin's glasses fell off. I think that actually works better here. That's not me trying to defend the game. I'm just saying, like, it is one of the less brain numbing ones I've tried by far. It has actual gameplay. It's an open world. It's got a very basic element system. Like, it tried to pull from Breath of the Wild with the glider and the elements and shit, but doesn't have the depth of Breath of the Wild's elements. It's just kind of, you can burn grass, ooh, little shit like that. But it's a game, which is more than I can say for a lot of them. But it is a very transparently manipulative, just like it's a different psychology assault, but it is still a psychology assault. It is psychologically trying to suck you in just with a different way. And they have high quality animators. They have high quality, like they have some of the best talent out there. But again, it's not tech artists. It's not, nothing about artists saving the world. Their corporate slogan is tech otaku save the world. No. They have very talented people and lots of money to pay them with. But I don't think they genuinely respect them. And now they're turning to AI to help churn out content fast. That sucks. Because we got a couple people in the server who are just all about them. And I'm just like, I wish you weren't. Because they're as fallible as anything else. They're not perfect. They're above the par of mobile in a way, but also because of the format of Genshin specifically, that open world Breath of the Wild style of gameplay, you're playing for hours before you're encountering any problems. You're invested in the world, you're invested in the story, and then it's like, well, now you need this element or this skill to really keep unlocking everything. Imagine if Breath of the Wild was like, hey, you're 50 hours into the game. Give us $20 to unlock Zelda so you can use her magic to get this fucking chest open. It's like, ah. Fair. I thought at least the initial offering of content was okay until the second region where it starts playing its hand more. It's like, hey, you need this, you need that. I'm like, I don't have that. Yeah, you're not supposed to unless you pull it. And everyone's like, no, the story eventually gives you what you need. It's like, okay, but you putting someone in a world with treasure chests, they're supposed to have the tools to, get the stuff. You've trained them to say they'll have those tools before they see them, and now they don't. Like, okay. But huge time sink. You're in it a long time. And welcome to fucking this is your life now. Which cheek did she have it on, baby? Their left one?
It is right hand.
So our left?
It's her to be panel, her right hand.
Our left.
No, all right.
Fuck, I just finished. I'm throwing that in everywhere, you goober. The glass is flying. I've played some games where they don't even have. This is what I'm saying. What is this gotcha for? Like, oh my god, Tokyo Debunker. Okay, Tokyo Debunker. I actively play Tokyo Debunker, if you can call it that. But I'm in it for the social side and the story. It is basically a webcomic with an idle game attached, but you have no real fucking autonomy in it at all. It took me a while to like figure out how to phrase this for people. Yeah. Yeah, almost. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Tokyo Debunker's gameplay is literally the same devs as Evertale, but appealing to the exact opposite audience. Evertale's appealing to horny men. Tokyo Debunker is like Otome fans who really want to hope boys love happens, but will stick around if it doesn't. Um, but it's like supernatural shit. It's kind of interesting, like story. I like the story of it. I actually do. As a webcomic, Tokyo Debunker would slap. Unfortunately, it's not just a webcomic, it's kind of like a hybrid webcomic visual novel thing, where the gameplay and gating is a shitty RPG that is basically Evertale's combat system, except you can't issue any commands. The only thing you can do is decide the order your boys are placed and watch. Combat is so minimal that the skip button is there by default, and you will never watch combat. You can't glean anything from watching the combat usually. There's no real depth to it, even though they have all these skill descriptions and shit, and I don't get why they bother. It's balanced weirdly. It is a game where the dominant strategy is just dump all your resources in the first SSR you pull, and then don't do ever anything else ever again. It's not a game. There's no real decision making to make. And it's frustrating to me because I make game, I design game, and I've played a lot of mobile games. Like I know they could do stuff that would be at least more engaging. People give this thing money. Like the server whale, everyone knows her as the server whale, has by estimates spent thousands of dollars on this fucking thing. And one of the things you can do is just give currency to people in chat. Bye, friends. Bye, friends. Mind you, it's not predictable. It's like you open a lottery. The game takes a cut of whatever you pay, and it opens up a shitty little lottery thing, and you can get some percentage of it random. Click on a button. It's so bizarre. Like, their business practices are shit. I can't recommend it to anybody. I wish they'd just do a book or something. But they won't. Because they don't fucking... The books wouldn't make money. No one buy the books. Not compared to Gotcha. Not a gotcha for your boys. Not a gotcha for the boys. They make you pick which boy you're most attracted to at the start before you've ever even talked to one of them. You just kind of got to guess based on some generalizations. Okay. Yeah, right? I haven't seen her do it lately. How's that? Right now, I also don't go in the global chat. Stick to the guild Discord mostly. That's the other ones I'm in. I like the people. It's the main thing that keeps me in the game. I haven't kept up with the story as much as I should, because if I sit down to read a chapter, that's all I'm doing for the next 3 hours. Because it's a supernatural like murder mystery case every time, and I want to know how they end. I get invested. They pop out a new chapter every month, and I read a new chapter about every 4 months, so I'm outpaced. Whatever. Story good. The writers clearly care. The artists clearly care. It's just the game is a shell that's there to earn money and nothing else, and somehow it works. Story is powerful. That's all I've got. Your game can be bothered to tell a story. You can use that story very effectively to get people invested in characters and wanting the characters. There are people in Tokyo Debunker who will try to collect every instance and variant of a specific boy. There's only like 20 boys. But they will crank out new versions of any given boy constantly. Their drop rates are bad. Like less than 1%. It's bad. They have a pity system. It's like 1 every 5,000 or some it's crazy. It's like, why did you even bother? Crazy. But and like other games have tried, like Fire Emblem Heroes tries get you invested with story, like in characters, like especially episode book one, whatever they call it. First part of the game before they started trying to tell actual stories in it is basically just every chapter is to feature some fucking Fire Emblem character. Then it got a little more interesting when they decided to actually tell stories in their stories. But, you know. So I'm scooting things around. Game is shit. Story's enjoyable. I like the guild I'm in. But you know, and I've honestly, as bad as I can say Tokyo Debunker is, I've played worse games. That's the scariest part. I've played some dog water. Sometimes I think it'd be worthwhile to like stream some of these things on here and just see how bad they get. Then also people would see what I personally am willing to put up with, and it's probably more than most folks would want to. I have a bit more patience for some of this in some ways than a lot of people, and significantly less than people who are used to it, I guess, because it's either you really hate it or you don't mind it at all, it feels like, and I'm very much in the middle ground of like, yeah, it sucks, but there's something here. There is something in game. There is something in Fire Emblem Heroes. Actually, I think Fire Emblem Heroes was quite good before they started focusing on PvP, because guess what made them money through their gacha? Otherwise, you had what you needed to beat most of the game. Then they realized, oh, hey, PvP makes bank. We're going to make everything PvP now, and it's exhausting. Guess it worked out well for them because they're still going. Damn it. I've tried some AI things, I'll be honest. Like, there was an idle game I didn't realize was AI until I started it. I was like, oh, this is bad. But it was like comically bad, and if I were streaming at the time, it would have been funny. Also, it was an idle game made in Unreal 5? Why did you make an idle game in Unreal Engine? You can make an idle game in like JavaScript. What's wrong with you? Unreal Engine is such overkill for a thing that's 90% menus. Like, holy shit. What unnecessary fucking overhead. That's insane to me. I don't know if they optimized. It didn't seem like it was optimized. It ran like an Unreal game, even though it was all like 2D shit. It's just not something Unreal is really built for, and I don't understand the choice. But okay. Just wild to me. I don't know why I unselected that. I still need that. I forgot what I was doing because I was playing with Vinyl's hair. Vinny, I want to play with your hair. I think of colors that would be fitting of like people who are painting, screaming. Most represent have different voices, and forms seem the most logical. The blue seems like cowardice. You would get some cowards in here, right? Like, I guess some people are feeling scared. People are upset. I get that Unreal is trendy. Who knows? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. And I made a layer for this and everything. How did I end up on? Okay, fine. Fine. Read for dictating command. Do blue for fear. Hello for breaking it up mostly. Those unaware, our Vinal, our interpretation of Vinal has fuck. The thing. Shit. I'm not synesthesia, thank you, baby. God, my brain is just not here to. So she sees sound. She is in a place full of chaos and screaming and panicking and pray that a little bit. She'll probably play with it a little and end up with something that's good between the colors representative of the emotion involved and shit. Constantly overwhelmed by all these things happening. Hell shucks, y'all. I'm sure there's a perfectly rational. I have been going back and forth on whether or not I want to do this for ages. And by going back and forth, I mean I really wanted to do it, and I was worried people wouldn't like it. I got here and I wrote it, and I'm just giddy about it. It's such a tone setter for how things are escalating. It's almost absurd, but in a way that just makes me so happy. So hopefully it goes over. Even though pony fans are really squeamish about bad things, ponies, they're reading the wrong story. This got scooched at some point. Said about it. Stakes are getting higher. Dude. That cow tripping ball. I see you have made it past my. Kicks your ass while he listens to it. Me and my Kung Pao now are doing ridiculous cow things. My dev tool of choice lately has been Go, so there's that. Because it's not Unity. That's my best argument for almost any engine. It just don't get along. Specifically. Not even the C sharp. I can do C sharp until you involve Unity, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't understand. Unity's order of operations just doesn't. It never does what I want. Consistently just defying me. All right, I have to, on the spot, come up with some sort of horse. We will see again, briefly. Give him a nice southern accent. think it's someone who's chill. Someone who doesn't panic under pressure. Shucks, y'all. Let's don't see. Ah! This is it. This is the page where people decide to stop reading. Not all the human stuff. Not the 5-month hiatus we were just on. Health things. Yeah, Unity is always dancing on the knife's edge of tomfuckery. They really are. I get the appeal of the engine. I do. Don't like it. Godot does a very similar structure to Unity, but for some reason it clicks with me a lot more as a former game maker, old school user. Like, it's still very component based, but the way the components are laid out and the control I have over them helps me a lot, because I am kind of a control freak. A little bit of a control freak. So I want some amount of understanding of what is happening in the order it is, and I want it to be my fault if something, not the engine deciding something weird. I always felt like Unity was deciding some weird bullshit. Really frustrating. Even just tutorials, I struggle. That's not good. I haven't tried Unreal because my computer doesn't really like Unreal. It will do it. I don't want to work in it as a dev platform when the games are like different. Run. I feel like to dev in Unreal effectively, you need a much more powerful computer, something modern, and right now that's going to be increasingly niche materials to have, unless they're really optimizing in ways I am, which does not seem like Unreal Engine 5's priority, frankly. Optimization does not seem to give a fuck about it all. Even giving players particular control over their options. Yeah, I on a 1050, I think. So it's kind of amazing I can run Unreal 5, I guess. About the limit. If they do an Unreal 6, I'm probably fine. Like, it's fine. It worked until I was streaming. Didn't like that very much. Those, like the cave in the background, you can see it just kind of peeking out. That's using Vulkan, so it's not like it's light. It's using global illumination, like voxel based. Because I'm a pain in the ass like that. I wanted a nice, pretty real time 3D environment, and I thought it looked really good, and it helped the pink reflect off things, and it did the mood I wanted. So I did. And all well and good until an Unreal game comes up, and then it chugs like dog water. I had to close it and my PNG tuber for the other side. I do want to play more of that with Lizzie, but it runs bad for both of us. Bummer. Like, it seems really good. Hey, do not use my chair as a scratching post, boys. Oh, that was you. Wasn't your sister. Here, but it wasn't her. That was black. Like the opposite of black, damn it. She's radiant orange. Um, like, I could probably run like Expedition 33 and Monster Hunter Wilds and shit. I couldn't stream. I don't think I could stream the setup. Unless you guys just want nothing on screen but the game. Even then, it's going to run kind of funky. Much better when I'm not streaming. That's extra overhead. Or if I don't have, the PNG Tuber is a Unity app, the AutoTube, and then the BRB screen or the cave or whatever is Godot running Vulkan and Forward Plus, so it's kind of expensive. Even the PNG Tuber was falling apart. It was a problem. I don't do all of it at once. Bummer. To be fair, again, it's a 1050. It's not exactly top of the line. Milo, what are you doing under me? Stop. Then who is under me? There's a Mabel. Was it you? Or was it your brother? Marlon. Jaime, sorry, I thought you were your brother and you were going to be done with this. We're so close to lifting the pony for the night. Oh, thought this would take 2.5 hours. 3060. That is so much better than anything I have. I know. I don't know if it's Unreal 5 or Unreal 4, but Blacktail would overheat my computer unless I turn some settings down, especially in a couple places specifically. I just made a he Applejack. Hi, Mabel. You are on my computer. You're gonna rub on the mic some more? You decided it's attention time? You have, because I've lost control of everything. Okay. Here. Board. Hello. Hello. You are very fluffy. Oh, pizza. Are we ready for the My Little Pony classic? Thing you always have in your pony stories that and the show. It's canon in the show. Do it all the time. My tablet comes back on. Horse butt. Made Kaz draw a nice horse butt in a minute. Hashtag banned, hashtag Twitch, hashtag horse butt, hashtag justice for Sarah. Thicken that man. Weighing the cheekiness of making his cutie mark a skull like his special talent is being dead. A red shirt. I'm a bad person. Oh shit, I just threw my pen on the ground. Skills, skills, skills. I have a moment of levity in this mess, right? Brief flickering moment. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. There, perfect. No one will ever know this guy's destiny. Oh, sorry, honey. Under me. I'll learn to stop being by my feet. Never ends well. That man is dead. Truck can finna get home, boy. Yeah, basically. So the original plan, just so everyone knows what the original plan was, and I have reeled this in quite a bit, was to have the last we see of this guy just be straight up red mist, just gone. My Little Pony, you've been eviscerated, dude. Like that was the original plan. I was like, that's probably a bit much, huh? Um, so instead, we got a whole page of him being drug across the side of the train while Discord watches, then flung over the horizon by a vulture. So he's fine, probably. Whoop. Yeah, that's how you effectively introduce a man and then kill him within seconds. Any stand user. One of these days, someone's gonna think about that and have me draw Oz doing a JoJo pose, which honestly just sounds in character. It's very in character, honestly. Yeah. Leave. Flushing this space out a little bit. Be a room of ponies. It is the wreck. Felt without a W before this moment. There we go. There is page 61 of chapter 4. Now I need to draw a shit post because that's hard not to. Oh, let's see. Don't mind me, I'm just Googling something. In the meantime, I feel very good because the page is sketched. Oh, and that means that the curse is lifting. The curse is. Oh. Back to myself. And that sounded unnecessarily sexual. That was not on purpose. It's just what happened. Yeah, I think I know. JoJo post. Pitch sketch is done, baby. Will not be super fleshed out because it's just for the bit, but I am going to draw it. Context. Too much beak. Your key he's ready. Until I'm burning out and hungry because I'm a fucking dodo bird. Finally, Oz plushie dropped. Never mind. It's his teeth fucking offset is best move I've done. Look how I'm focusing harder on Oz doing a JoJo pose than I did on the fucking page. Look how this is somehow the most intense I've gotten all night. You watched JoJo. It's, yeah, Earl. Oz in his gross used condom looking gloves. Are you holding the hat? That seems flamboyant enough for a JoJo pose. Sarah, understand the assignment? Tell me, guys. Come on, Oz, throw that whole pussy into it, buddy. Here you go. Everyone's got to think about the pussy of Oz. Now you got to come up with Oz's stand name here. There you go. Oz doing a JoJo pose. And I just pissed off my whole computer. Easy album. Got it. Right. Band names tend to be album names. I've got the perfect one. That was all my thing. Hey, you see if this will work. Okay. I pissed off everything again. Are you having fun with that? All right, no, I straight up broke my driver. And it fucked it up. That's fine. I'm gonna name it after an album or a song. It's gonna be both. Needs some sort of wild font. But you know what? That'll work. There's Oz's stand. What do we think? I'm dumb. I did it. I'm dumb and I did it. Just how we're gonna do that, huh? And line spacing. Where's my line spacing? This one? Die, bitch. Creative with my line spacing. Give me treats. There. I gave Oz a stand. I even gave it a name. I hope this appeases the gods for the evening. Oh. There we go. There we are. Okay. That, I think I'm going to call it and say I've earned my fourth meal, they like to call it. So it is my third snack, more like. I've just been munching what I can find the last. We are enduring. So yeah. Number two. And back to my beautiful self. La 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 la. Do we want a fun little preview of what is coming on Monday? Everyone's still paying attention? This penis hour. I should find someone to raid. For the sake of argument, Pride Tuber preview for my homies that are the real ones that have hung out. Those panels, pages like. Okay, there we go. That's better. And proper. There we go. What do we think? A little longer hair. A little more mature. Thanks again. I am almost 40. There you go. Beach day, yes. Well, I mean, otter cat. Gotta be ready for a beach day. Every day's beach day when you're an otter. Right? So, there you have it. Was his friend. Ah, all right. Who should we raid? Who's worth raiding, you think? Is our last huzzah for the moment. There's that bunny rigging again. There's a cat girl drawing something. YouTuber model art. Let me see that stuff around here. There's some absolute creatures in chat. Let's see. Well, recognize. Like I recognize ones I've seen before, but ones I've interacted. Hey, a cat girl. Half hours is a long time. 9.5 hours is even more. Geez, remember I could do things for periods of time? The demon lady. Let's draw One Piece Yowie. 9 out. Yikes. Yeah, that for long. Extreme Avatar. The Pyro Wolf. Strong Redhead. Only 30 minutes. That seems good. Should we do that one? I think we'll do that one. Oh, anything about her. Why not? Her. Okay. I'm gonna do a raid. Y'all have a lovely evening. Raid if you'd like. Raid if you don't like. I don't know. Random artist I picked. Why not? Why not? We're not all insular around here. Not yet. No. And I will see you maybe tomorrow. Maybe not. I got a lot to do lately. So we'll see. I'll see you all next time. Regardless. Have a lovely evening or day or whatever your time zone dictates. And as the otter cat liked to say and is now dressed for, sploosh. Sploosh.